What's up, people? What's happening? Alright. This down. Put that in. Late as usual. What's up, puppy? Didn't even eat dinner yet. Working on that also. Why are you doing this to me? Why does this have to be this big? What is happening? Come on. The streaming software, I swear, it's gonna be the freaking death of me. There we go. Never finished that post. Cool. Join Grim. Whatever you want, bro. As long as you live your best life. Ay, ay, ay. And I got steak tonight, and I can't even really enjoy it. All over the freaking joint. You gotta go over here. Not gonna bring that bomb part up. No, it's still fudging long. Why are you being such a pain in the ass? I don't even know what that means. Chat activity feed. Actually, yeah, I don't need two chats. Like this. I put this above it. Why? I don't want to do that though. Okay, now I can bring that up. Cool fucking beans. Alright. Alright, that is good enough. I tried to join this game. Why would that not let me join his game? Send him an invite. Eat a little bit of steak while I wait. Welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. Hey. Welcome to my life. Hey. Welcome to my life. Welcome to my life. Why you not working with me here? I guess I can put this while I wait to decide what to do. Come on. Come on. It won't let me join your game. I don't know why. Well, that's as loud as that goes. Ugh. Ugga bugga. Super late. As always. I guess I'll get into some. Do some training, try to warm up while I eat some dinner. Mother fudger. I need to get another knife now. Tony Hawk shit. Tony fucking Hawk, dog. Open it. Open it, open it, open it. Strong work. You open that bin like a champion. Only champions can open a bin like that, bro. My dinner's cold now. That's cool. I love me some cold dinner. Take that. Take that. Take that, bloodhound, you dumb ass bee. Pony hopping's never happening. I got the wrong screen on. Wrong screen. You guys are watching me. Dumb dumb. Mr. Green went for a walk. He'll be back on, I assume.
The Benton calls upon you. Slaughter as many targets as you wish. Each shot is important as well as the weapon you hold. Grab a second weapon. The field is full of choices. Remember, you can carry only one weapon. To equip another weapon, you must swap out the one you are holding. Choose your new weapon.
My new weapon's a steak now. shit's cold as a motherfucker. Spitfire's recoil is a little janky. Little cattywampus there. Oh, is that the problem? This... Yeah, I only got one speaker working. Yeah, I need new speakers. I know that the one is kind of fudged up. Just bring it closer. I put it behind the monitor. Oh, you hear that? That sliding shit. I hit that. That's not at all what I wanted to hit. 100% going for the my Google Chrome volume was turned down. Now I can control my keyboard. Oh, wrong button. Much better. Now put it back where it was. Alright. So I watched a video talking about the Wingman today. It says instead of trying to line them up, you should always fire the Wingman at max speed, fire speed. these are loud. Alright, I'm gonna go do this. Give me a knife, because I dropped this one on the floor. Give me a knife for my steak, and then... yeah, someone grab me a knife. See if we can set the camera up on the dog. There he is. I can't leave this here because I know for a fact that they'll take it right off the table. Be good, puppy.
It's like I'm living in my past. I always thought you never seem to get what I now all you ever really feel is it's like I'm living in my past. I'm sure you're proud to tell me might as well be it all. If I could change the past, I would. Sorry, you treat everybody but yourself these days so poorly, and you ain't gonna change. You ain't that good from the start. I feel like I'm losing my heart. If I could go back, I'd make sure that we never met, 'cause I know the real person you now. I always thought you never seem to get what I now all you ever feel. I'm sure you're proud to tell me. Might as well be it all. If I could change the past, I would.
How was it? Was it good? Was he put puppy? He's got this bed flipped over, this thing knocked down. I honestly wasn't paying attention. I have no idea if he did that before. After. Make sure your stuff is charged. I'm working on a, you know, like YouTube channels have like a little cartoon character guy, like a mascot type thing. I'm working on one of those. Trying to make it. Trying to draw a digital one, so I need to make sure the tablet's charged. Gotta set up a second camera for the dog. That'd be the shite. What up, Zedicus? I guess he's not here at his mic. He probably sent me a group of... Yeah, so he's in a party. That's why he couldn't hear me. What's up, Zedicus? Mr. Chaos himself. Yeah, I needed to get a second camera for the dog. That's the plan. Right? He's such a good looking dog. Yo, what's up, John? What's going on, buddy? Yeah, he did it yesterday. He was laying, I forget what I had a plate of, but he's like curled up in a ball behind me, and I get up, I'm like, oh, I have to go, whatever, get a drink or something. I'm like, I have to get a drink. You gonna be good? He like looks up from like his curl position, like looks at me, curls back up. So my God, he's gonna be good. I leave, I'm going, I don't know, 15 seconds. And I'm back in the room, and he's hopping off the table, like bringing his front paws off the table. He's got food in his mouth. And I'm like, yo, what are you doing? And then he's like, immediately looks like, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to, but he wouldn't give it back. So, but he knew he did something wrong. Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're about to go to bed, John? You're about to miss the show. The shit show. Right now it's the steak show. Steak. There you go. OP. OP. Over here, Pop. There. Yeah. The bloodiest of Sabbaths. I guess we might as well get this started before people stop in and see me eat, and like, I don't need to see a fat ass eat some steak and then leave. So. Yeah, that's all good, John. I appreciate you stopping in to say hi. You do what you gotta do, buddy. I know your job's working you to the bone. I'm talking about you, bro. Oh, no, I'm on the, Zed's in my party. I'm making a mess. Oh yeah. Oh shit, now I got steak in my teeth. Yeah. Dentist? Cut it out. Right. Right. Oh shit. I don't have a gun yet. I'll be over in a minute. Oh, cool. That procedure? Okay. Yeah. Like, yeah, in-network doctors or whatever, yeah. Okay. Right. Right, because it's run by the government, right? John said, "What's up?" By the way.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, nice. Ah. Getting executed. Shite. Oh my god, I thought he was gonna go right off the map. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I didn't get mine fixed until, like, it hurt so bad. I didn't care what kind of pain or what kind of money it was gonna cost me. I needed it fixed. And I regret waiting that long. Right. Not for the dentist. Yeah. For the dentist, we normally do it. Medical bills are like, if you go to the hospital can't turn you away. You know what I mean? They'll provide service, but then they take all your information and they bill you for it. Well, for them, they don't even know what's up with your mouth. Where do they get the $1,100 from? Oh, really? And that would be $1,100? That's crazy. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but for them to tell you that much up front, like that just seems like that would scare you away. That would scare me away. Right, that's ridiculous. You buy a fucking car for that much money. Yeah, it's like a medical disability type of thing, yeah. There's two people in this room. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, what a motherfucker. Sucky ass majucker motherfuckers. Sucker? What's your... Yeah, I saw that. He didn't... I messaged him. I saw it was on the Xbox app. And I was like, yeah, buddy, you logging on? And then he did, but he's still sitting at the home screen, so... I'll invite him to a party first. Let's see if he joins. Yo, buddy. I'm doing alright. Did you just call me Max Power? I'll take it. It's like Homer Simpson when he got his name off the hairdryer or whatever. I'm Max Power. I haven't seen many Simpsons, but I did see that one. There you go, Opie. You're eating steak tonight, buddy.
You say you're real. Come around with some phony outcomes. Don't put in the work. Don't want to look in the mirror like how come?
Really? Simpsons didn't really do it for me, like, growing up. Like, I didn't get the humor because I was a little dumb shit. But I might like it now that I'm older. Okay. Yeah. Why? Yeah, I watch anime, like it's going on. Like, not, I don't watch all of anime. I'm not like a aficionado on like Japanese cartoons, but like, yeah, there's a bunch of anime that, like, I don't have like Crunchyroll or any of those programs. I just watch like what's on Hulu or Netflix, and I really enjoy it for the most part. I do like the some of the adult like comedy, like Aqua Teen Hunger Force on the. Oh my god, that was my shit. Oh, I love Master Shake. C-Lab 2020, I really enjoyed. Oh, Rick and Morty's so good. No. I think I've heard of it though. Yeah, I see them. Fuck. Ugh. And he's supposed to be American? My mom. I can get behind that. Definitely get behind that. Acting like a classic muscle man. You know who else here's somebody with us? My mom. Yeah, Rick and Morty's one. Aqua Teen Hunger Force is another one. I don't know. My memory is like a dumpster fire, so. Even without that.
Body shield here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, shield, yes. I need a shield, thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Zed brought up Rick and Morty, and I said, yeah, Rick and Morty's my shite. I don't remember. But yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, also C-Lab 2020 I like. I'm really into anime. I like anime a lot. But again, I'm not like some crazy like freak show about it. No, I definitely don't do the latter. Definitely not what I do. I'm contractually obligated to say I don't jerk off to Sailor Moon. All right, this is all looted. Where do you want to go to? All right, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go over to that building over there. Oh, I definitely hear some gunshots. I got a bunch of shields. Okay, I got a bunch of shields, but I don't have any heals. Not a fan of what? Okay, well yeah, if you know what works for you. I suck with all guns. So. Oh, hey, somebody's here. I gotta shield up. Nice. Nice. I need some heals. They don't. Yeah, no, I got shield cells. I'm fine on that. I have 2 syringes and that's it. Alright, here, I'll drop this other one for you. Alright, here's there. There's a syringe there for you. This guy didn't have any.
Optics here. Close range. Heavy light ammo. Spitfire here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That'll work. Yeah, well, how many was it? Was it just this one? Okay, yeah, so up, they're about to take the zip line. Oh, nice fucking shooting. That is what I'm talking about. I can give you a 3x. Yeah, I can give you that. Alright, there's a 3x. Okay. Alright. Oh, I have no single fire. Why do I have no single fire? Yeah, good thing you guys did all that damage. I hit him with like 1 bullet. Oh man. Yeah, somebody swap out your shield for that one. I can use that. I'll leave that U site for somebody. Oh, I need one of those med kits, definitely, because I don't have any. Oh, I took both of them. Actually, hold on. You guys don't have heals either. Here, you guys take the med kits. Okay. Go puppy. Alright, so that worked. I hear more gunshots this way. Okay. Oh, right there. Coming out of the building. I saw a fast guy come out. Purple shield. Hit him for... I don't know. Oh, they just ultimated at us? Yeah. Yeah, let's push back. They just threw an ultimate at us too. Oh shit. Okay. Alright. I'm coming with you. Okay.
Extended heavy mag. Level 1.
There's a death box out here. I'm gonna check real quick. It's white, so it's probably not. There's 30 heavy rounds,
Heavy ammo.
and level 1 extended.
Level 1.
Want to play that song you love? Find it music.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't see them.
Albums by your favorite artists. It's the new music streaming app made by YouTube. Download YouTube Music today and get a trial of YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they won the fight and they pushed over through towards market. Purple shield did 30. I don't have any more throwables. Alright, one down. Lifeline's down. Gold shield. Yeah, fuck him up 0. Nice. That's, yeah. Right there, behind you. Nice. Good shit. Good. That's what I'm talking about. It's the fucking tip. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna grab that bag. I need that. Oh. There's a gold shield over here if anybody wants it. Yeah, here. There's some syringes and I dropped 3 of them for them. So take some. Oh, we're being grenaded. Oh, all those fucking grenades, man. That was ridiculous. Cut it out. Stop pumping this fucking bed. Not bad. 4 kills, 760 damage. Yeah, it's been rough. Day after day, man. Yeah. Come on, puppy. You want to say hi? Come on. Come on. Hop up. Hop up. There you go. You're not quite high enough. Not quite high enough. Let me put this front poles up. Yeah, that's as far as you. Boom. Say hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy. Yeah, so they didn't really know anything about him. They weren't sure if his house broken or anything. Oh shit. Rolled over your leash. Sorry, puppy, I'm like choking. But yeah, like, so we were real, like, still are kind of cautious about what we did with him. But, like, don't pet him while he's eating. Don't try to take anything away from him, stuff like that. But today I did both of those things. I pet him while he was eating, and I took the ball away from him. And he was fine with both. Gave the ball right up. Actually better than my current dog does. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, he wants to. He doesn't want to give it to you, but then like when you stop playing with him, he's just like follows you around, like try to take it from me, try to take it from me. Then when you do, it was like no, you can't have it, no. And then you like stop paying attention. He's like try to take it from me, good, try to take it from me. So it's like he wants to play fetch, but like doesn't. Same thing with this dog. This dog, I had the ball and I threw it. Then he like chased it and got it, came running back and just like ran right past me. Like I'm over it. But, yeah. But like, and also when I pet him, he like gets like real close. Like when I like whatever, I guess it was last night when I was coming home, he didn't really care for me when I was there. He didn't really pay attention. He was like at the end of the leash the whole time. And then when we on the car ride, he was like in the back seat, wouldn't even come up to the front seat in the beginning. Then eventually he did, and then like guy like was trying to crawl in my lap, which was fine in the beginning because I was in my girlfriend's car, so it was an automatic. So I can just move my right ankle back and forth, my right foot, twist my ankle and hit the gas and brake. And then once we switched to my car, because my car was left in the train station parking lot, once we switched, he was trying to do the same thing. You're Jumpmaster Zero. But yeah, one of my favorite. I don't think I've ever dropped here, but I like to rotate here after runoff. It's one of my favorite places. I call it Mechanicsville. Yeah. Nice. Well, that's quite alright. We'll take all the loot. Yeah, and I haven't found a gun yet. Usually I come from, oh, here we go. Just found a flat line. Yeah. Yeah.
Sniper stock here. Level 1.
Nah, actually I don't know what it is. I think I think it's more than that. I think it's more than like a 301. I don't know what it is exactly, but yeah, it's or a devotion.
Heads up. You kill leader.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. I got your 6, as they say. Yay. You know who else has your 6? My mom.
Body shield here. Optics here. Mid-range. Helmet here. Level 1.
We got 3x sight. We got a helmet. Ooh, yeah, I could definitely. That makes everything better.
Extended heavy mag here.
Level 2 heavy mag. Oh shit, I didn't realize I didn't have a second gun. I'll take this Eva, I guess. Actually, there's a scout. Yeah, I'm just gonna say it sounds like there's a ship there now. Alright, I'm behind you.
Backpack here. Level 2. Got a hop up here. Solid fire.
There's also another one up here with energy ammo. The ring is moving. I don't know how far we gotta run. There's a hemlock up here if anybody's interested. That was supposed to be a hemlock.
Hemlock here.
There's full.
Energy ammo here. Heads up. Package coming in. Knockdown shield here.
Level 2 knockdown shield. Yeah, I got you. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah. Also, what do you? Okay. Oh yeah, I actually just dropped some shotgun right over here. Now that you say that. Wait, where the fuck did I put it? I just dropped it somewhere. Wall, yeah, wall's about to. Here it is.
Shotgun ammo here. Energy ammo here.
Yeah.
Let's go this way.
Oh, there's a blue helmet.
Level 2.
All right, good. All right, Zero, we're coming up to you. And we're zipping. And we're zipping. And we're zipping. Just keep zipping. Just keep zipping. Oh, yep, I see them.
Enemy up there.
Oh, yep, I definitely saw them. Yeah, I don't like fighting with my back to the wall. Oh, grenade, and I ran right into that. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. I gotta go back and heal. Oh, they're trashing me.
Recharging my shield. New kill leader. Watch for it. Take your shots.
Oh, I hit somebody with the fire. They got gold shield. Oh shit, they're right here. He's the gold shield motherfucker. He's down. I was about what? That's. I don't know. That's crazy. I could have sworn I was around that rock. Yeah, like one of the shots before that, like hit the rock in front of me. Like looked like it was like dead in front of me. So like. Must have been. Must have been. Or maybe he's working with Morgan Freeman. He's one of them wanted assassins. I don't know. That's some bullshit. Boom, 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 bam, boom, boom, bam. ba-dum, boom, bam, ba-dum, boom. Okay. Boom boom da boom boom da boom boom da boom boom bam. Okay. That four groups of four sounds pretty interesting.
Let's make a choice. Land
Yeah,
here.
it does. That's a lot to keep track of. Yeah. It'd be nice to actually have enough like Zero Logic members who are into it and coordinated enough to wipe the floor with every other guild in the game.
Body shield. Helmet here. Level 1.
Okay. That's actually what I was gonna mention when you were just thinking about it. Since they captured a flag, but like, I don't know if they would do that in a game like that, but that's interesting. Okay. Here's an Eva with shotgun shells.
Shotgun ammo. Body shield here. Level 1.
And there's a P2020 up on the roof. And there's a thing to hop up for it. If anybody's into that weird shit. Get a wing. I like it. If I only have sucky guns to choose from, I'll take it. That's like that, what is that? Sunny D commercial. It's like, who wants some Sunny D or some purple stuff or some. It's like, of course they're gonna choose the Sunny D. Yeah. It's yeah. Get out of America. It's like a very. It's like an orange juice, but it's like a mix between orange juice and orange drink. I think it's definitely classified like an orange drink. It's not juice. It's like orange flavored, whatever. But it is not as like thin as like orange drink. It's yeah. It's like a weird shit.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Yeah.
10 seconds. Rings close. Sniper stuff here. Level 2.
Oh yeah. I forgot that it was. Yeah, that might not be bad actually. Our sunny day. Yeah, our sunny day is orange
Extended leg mag here.
and
Level
gross.
2.
We're here. Oh, actually, I don't.
Heavy
Well,
ammo.
there's heavy ammo around. You could run both if you wanted to.
Heavy ammo here.
Taking this shotty to the body.
Let's go this way. Helmet here. Heavy ammo.
Yeah, it just. Yeah, they try to change it so it matches like the Canadian palette or whatever. Oh, Zed, yeah, it is very good. Do you know a rapper named Mercules? Yeah, Mercules is my shit. Oh, he's so good. I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna run double light. I'm dropping this Havoc and my 120 energy rounds if somebody wants. Oh shit, the wall's here. Wall, gotta go. Oh shit. Okay. It's unlooted? Alright. I'm coming with you. Yeah, Mercules is my shit. I've been listening to him a lot lately. I knew about him before. My brother told me a while ago. He's like, yo, you know that gangster dude from Gone Baby Gone? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, yeah, he's a rapper. And he showed me his shit a while ago. And I've been a fan like ever since. I like how his music is like, I don't know, kind of like a mix of, it's not just like rapping. He like sings on stuff and he mixes his flow up and like really like that. But he has a line in one of his songs that I just heard. I probably heard it before and I just never paid attention, but he's like, yeah, I'm Canadian, but I'm sick of the stereotypes. I don't drink maple syrup and ride a polar bear at night or something. It's just so ridiculous. Like, who thinks that's what Canadians do?
Extended leg mag here. Level 2.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 1. Great. The room is close. Less than a minute.
Thanks. Let's explore this way. Need a helmet.
Yeah.
The ring's close.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah, we're right behind you. What? Okay. Dude, I would love to have a beaver as a pet.
You're in their sights. Pretty sure someone's got a shot on them.
Yeah. They're on the roof. Yeah, I got a 1 to 2. I could open up fire. I don't know if we want to. I'll lay down cover and you guys push. Oh, they're shooting at me. Okay. Well, you need a body oh no, Zed needs a body shield. Does a purple helmet grab that shit? Oh, I disrupt the rounds. You looking for a far side or a...
Danger. Maybe a shooter nearby.
Oops, somebody else is shooting at them. Shooting at what looks like a triple take. From they're shooting from like the south. Fast guy just ran up the hill. Yeah. Yeah, shit, and that's in the circle. Here, take this 1 to 2. Nope. There. Take it.
Optics here.
Yeah.
Close
Yeah.
range.
Optics here.
Yeah. Nice. Ping them? Okay. I threw thermite grenades, but I don't think they went far enough. Oh, then we should get involved in that. Here. I got, yeah, I got 3 other med kits. Okay. Oh, it's just us now, them and us. And Ring's gonna move in 20 seconds. We should push to safety. I see a Wraith setting a portal. Watch our left.
10 seconds, the ring's close.
Oh, no, it made me get, I turned around on the, yeah, I
The rings will make friends.
shit, yep, and there's, yeah. They're shooting at like the opposite end of the cave that we came through, as you'd expect them to. I'm coming to drop some shields for you. Yep. I've lost so many games in this building, so I want to be careful. Yeah, I feel like we're fucking sitting ducks here. Alright, do we want to move? Okay. Oh shit, I'm surrounded. Oh, I gotta fall back and fucking try to heal. Hey! Cut it out. Cut it out. It's not your job to bark at any. Hey! Yo! Yeah, Ring's coming. Hey! Fuck, I can't climb this. Yeah, I'm gonna die to it. Yep. Fuck. Yeah, I tried to climb up that wall. It did not work. Yo, cut it the fuck. Alright, I'm gonna take a couple-minute break. I'm gonna see what he's barking at. And go to the bathroom. Yeah, so I'll be back in a couple minutes. Yo! Cut it out. That's not your fucking job. Yo! That's not your job. Yo! Back up. It's not your job. You don't gotta worry about protecting nothing. Stay. Yeah. You cut it out. You're definitely not barking at him. Hey, sit. 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 Stay. Hey, where's Chips at? Because, Goku's just marking on the ground, so. Oh, okay. So Chips is out there with you in the dining room or whatever? Alright, because I'm coming out with William's house, so I answer him before. So just make sure he's with you, alright? Sit. You sit good? Opie, get over here. Come on. You got him? Alright, thank you. Going out. Yo, Opie, get in. Get in. Stay. Go. Go. Sit. Sit. Now. Sit. Now. Sit. Now. Come here. You're definitely not going to be on the thing. Absolutely not going to be on the thing. Sit. 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 Good boy. Stay. Sit. 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 Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Stay. 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 Stay.
Okay, so, of course, most of those products are coming from Japan and all that kind of stuff, right? Um, we there's certain like laws that require like them to have a separate like for the corporate thing to maintain a warehouse for the products here so that so it doesn't go to the products don't come to America and then go from America to Canada. They have to come from the source to Canada. So then we can collect the tariffs on it. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry. Can you say it one more time? Just the last part about Staples, for instance.
So say these computers were made in Japan. Or there's these computers
Right,
that Staples
whatever,
are
yeah.
selling, right? And they send over 50. Say there's 50,000 products that need to come, right? So rather than the 50,000 products coming to America, you guys collecting or paying like the tariffs and all that kind of stuff, and then export, and then like freighting it or whatever, or just delivering it up to Canada. It has to come through Canada so that Canada can collect the fees and tariffs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it has to be shipped directly to Canada from the source.
Exactly.
Right,
So
right.
because that's mostly to just make sure that we're not paying extra to try to get these. Like there's no that had started to happen after this was a law that came out after the point, but
I'm back.
what had happened was like American companies were
My
getting
apologies,
their
gentlemen. I'm
products,
back.
like stuff
I'm
like
back.
Staples
I'm back.
or
I'm
whatever,
back. I
were getting their
apologize.
products from Japan.
That's insane. It's facts. Yes, it is. The rest of the world.
Got a good feeling about this area.
And it's not just a government thing. It also consists of, you know, private debt to other countries and to
Yeah.
and the institutions in other countries. But we're
Alright, I killed one. Sorry, my controller died on the way down. Alright. Alright, I'm just swapping down. Yep. Fudge! Fudge! Does it sound like a ding 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 ding? Oh, okay, no. Okay, where the mic peaks or whatever. Yeah, it's like a yeah. Okay, yeah. Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that good, so you're not missing out. I mean, Philly's the same way. We introduced a soda tax where, like, I don't know, it's like 3 cents an ounce or something. So, like, yeah, like, to get a, and it's anything with sugar in it. So even, like, a Gatorade, like a 32-ounce Gatorade that used to be $1.89 or whatever is now like $3 something, like $3.30 or something. And it's bullshit because that doesn't affect me. I live outside the city, but even if I lived in the city, it doesn't affect me because I have a car. I can just drive to a place where I don't have to pay that. So like that's what the people who are able to do, that's what they do. You know what I mean? They go somewhere else. I'm trying to ping that. There's a clip there. I can't pick that up or pin it. Yeah. Yeah, but like what's fucked up is a lot of times the healthier stuff is more expensive already. You know what I mean? What's up, Grim? What's going on? Like you go out to eat and it's like, oh, you want to get a salad? Salad's $7, but a cheeseburger's $2. Like. Right. No, you can get plenty of veggies for like, yeah, for $1. I mean, a couple dollars. I'm good. I got 160. No, he didn't join. He's in the chat, in the stream. He joined on the Facebook. Okay. I don't know if you heard that, Grim. Zero said he might be getting off in a game or two to grab something to eat. So if you want to hop on. Yeah, Grim was on earlier when I logged on, and then I wouldn't let me join his party, so I texted him, and he said, oh, he said he went for a walk, so it might be at like the main menu or whatever. But it said he was in a private match, or yeah, private lobby. So I don't know. The art museum. It's like the average Philadelphian. Yeah. The average Philadelphian exercise. Right. Right. Yeah, it's just to make it look good on. Well, I mean, yeah, that happens actually a lot in a lot of stuff. I was watching a video on YouTube where somebody they were doing like talking about John Wick, and they were like went through like in New York, like the stuff he goes and sees. Okay, and he's like, and like this. Like the one scene happens here and then he goes over here and they're like it's still part of the like the gunfight and the chase and he goes over here and it's all like the same gunfight, but they're really 5 miles apart. There's no way he'd be able to run that far and have a shootout. Yeah, get the safety. Another thing was like they showed like a couple buildings he was in and was like, and this isn't really a club, it's some sort of restaurant, and this is not really that, it's this, and this, no, it only heals so much, and then it goes away. Yeah, well, it might be it only does a certain, it only heals a certain amount as well. So if nobody uses it, it'll be around for a certain time. Or yeah, it won't necessarily fill everybody up. Yeah, so it's like, oh, like this isn't really a club, this is a restaurant. And then this is whatever, it's not really that. And then this, they showed like a museum. He's like, in this museum, it's not even in New York, it's in like Italy or something, but they just used, I mean, the front of it as like what this whatever looked like. I've never seen the movies, but you know. We got our Wraith. Oh, I'm being shot from across the river. What the fuck? Yeah, behind it. It's alright. They're coming through the portal with you. It's 2 squads. Fahrenheit, yeah. Why the hell is that even possible? Like, That's crazy. No, don't kill me. Alright, oh, I'm being fucking chased. I'm gonna die. I have a purple bag and they're not gonna let me keep it. They're not gonna let me keep it. Okay, nice. I got away. Let me grab a fucking vest or something. Okay. Let me heal up. Okay. Alright, a vest would be nice. Well, I'm gonna come show her there's only room for one fucking lifeline in this bitch. Actually, I'm gonna drop this scout for this peacekeeper. We're gonna get fucking dirty. We're gonna get down and dirty. And by down and dirty, I mean I'm gonna miss all my fucking shots. Yeah, I saw him. Oh, somebody came around the fucking wall. God damn it. I probably could have not went for the purple bag immediately. That may be a huge target. Yeah, it just didn't work out that way. Yeah, it's like 0 is where water freezes. I think 100 is where water boils or something. Which like makes so much more sense. Like 32 is where water freezes and 212 is where water boils. Like what? Yeah, it's everything's simple, except America doesn't want to abide by it. That's so dumb. I'm 16 stone. That is the fast guy. Are you kidding me? Again, I'm behind this fucking... She shut the door on her fucking head. I don't know. Probably. Thank you. Oh, someone's shooting. Here you go, Zed. You need shield cells? I'm coming! What the fudge? Three of them. Fuck. Yeah, that's suckaroonie. Okay, yeah, well, it looks like he's playing Resident Evil. So... Seven? I think it's the newest one. I think it's the best of them. It was such a good game. Right. What? Yeah, what a fucking dickhole. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that makes it any more fun. No, I remember, I liked the first one and the second one. I thought they were scary and they were good games, but I hated things like you had to stop to shoot, like you couldn't shoot and move. The camera angles were like, yeah, every time you shot, you had to like stand still and shoot. You had to, the camera angles were like stationary, so it's almost like you were watching it through, like, not all of them, but most of them were like you were watching it through like the security camera of the building. So like you go into a hallway and it's just like the angle shows you and a little bit of the hallway, and you can hear zombies coming down the end of the hall, but you can't see. So like you walk down there slowly, and then what do you know, you're right face to face with 5 zombies. You have to try to turn around and run away. Like, I think it was the first one that comes to mind most with that, and I hated that. Hated it. That's the first one, I think. That's the one I'm actually talking about. It's... You're playing a dude. I could have sworn it was a police station. Okay, yeah, then that's the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, there's but yeah, so that's the one where there's a hallway when you come in, I believe, from like the front door. The hallway's on the right side of you, and you go through a door, and it's some dumb ass angle where you can't fucking see anything, and you can hear zombies down the end of the hallway, but like they don't, I guess, notice you because you're not close enough. So that you have to go down the hallway a little bit to like get them interested, and then get them to start walking towards you, so you can like. It's such a fucking. I hated it. Actually, hated it. Yeah, well, yeah. Resident Evil 7 is a phenomenal game. It's really really good. Yeah, Biohazard or whatever. Like it was, maybe like a year ago. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, it's good. It's scary. It's like, and it's like good horror. It's not just like blood and guts. It's like very suspenseful. Like a thriller, kind of. It's really good. Really, really enjoyed it. Okay. There's a Havoc there with like 60 rounds as well. I'm gonna go check the building out front. I would get rid of the Prowler. Me personally, but yes, I would say. Okay. But yeah, like Resident Evil 7 is one of those games that like waiting until like I forget it and I'm gonna play it again. If you like yeah, me and Kim played through it, and she really liked it also. She's the same way. She's like gonna wait till we forget it, and then I'll probably stream it on like, I don't know, do like a scary Saturday, maybe I'll even do it this year, like leading up towards Halloween, spooky Saturdays or whatever. Yeah, well, I'm very interested in the Blair Witch. I might do that. There's another one that we did last. Oh yeah, right here. Let's push that shit. They're right here. That's amazing. I couldn't hit him up close, but I hit him for like twice for 18 and then hit him with a bunch up to 50 while he was at a distance. Why? Why would you? One of them's got a purple shield. Yeah, I ran away. Okay. Yeah, I'll text him and we'll see. But yeah, it... Oh, I don't be in triple takes my distance. Trying to do stuff. Oh shit, I had a Phoenix kit I could have done. I'm like so nervous, I got dry mouth. It won't let me get it. It won't let me pick up your fucking thing. God damn it. I tried to pick it up on the top one on the stairs while he was looting the bottom one, but it wouldn't let me. So I'm like, oh, you must be the one under there. So after I killed him, I tried to get the one underneath, and it wouldn't let me pick it up. Yeah. Thank you. It didn't end the way I wanted it, but it was fun. Yeah. Okay. Adios, Zero. Thank you for the game, sir. Will do. Adios. I didn't tell him. I was gonna say there's another game. It's really good for like the scary games. I forget now. Hold on. I have it downloaded. It is the no. It's The Evil Within. There's two of them. The second one is more like open world, not as scary. More of like a open world adventure game kind of with like horror themed. But the first one is fucking terrifying. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Alright, I just texted Grim. I'm gonna get a drink while we wait for his reply. I'm super thirsty. I was so nervous from that last one. Got crazy dry mouth. So be right back. I'm back, motherfuckers. Y'all ready for this? Alright. Let's do it. Holy shit. I haven't had a game like that since like the fucking 80s. Yeah, I got it. Nice. All right. Well, I mean that's the key. That's what all the pros do. They push. They loot. They drop. They don't loot They don't even loot everything in like the building that they drop. They just grab like a vest, a gun, some grenades, and they go fucking ham. So I say we try that.
Let's land here.
Yeah. Oh, yep. I don't think they have a gun because they... Oh shit, there's somebody behind me. What the fuck? Fuck, I'm dead. I mean, it's almost a kill. Alright, so let's jump right back into it. Let's get back at it. We've got the same mindset, so we don't smoke crack, worship Satan. Hail Satan, please let my aim be true, my reloads be quick, the enemy's death be painful, and my armor be girthy like my penis. Hail Satan. Sometimes that happens. Back at. Alright, so yeah, let's land back here. Then loot this whole row. Okay. Shit. I'm coming. Fuck. Yeah, I just grabbed the 2x sight. Let's fucking get these motherfuckers.
Picked up our teammates back.
Fuck, man. Yes, she's down. She's holding her gun straight up in the air. Like, what the fuck? Alright, cool. She left. I think people leave like that because they think that it doesn't count as a loss. Yeah. I need... Oh, I need a vest. I need a helmet. I need health. I'll take it. I'm not using energy. I need health. Shit, I don't have any shields either. The shield I picked up was used.
Taking shots.
Oh, they just hit me in the face with that grenade. I like watched it fly in and hit me in the face. Oh! I thought she was the only one in here. I'm down. I'm down. I was trying to kill her to get heals.
Thanks for that.
And there's no fucking health. Alright. Thank you. Yeah, do that.
The ring's closing in. We're not close.
Yeah, I found some 2 syringes, and I picked up a. So here, let me. I got a select fire if you need it, and I got one of these for you.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
All right. So we got 30 seconds. I'm going to get the res. Hopefully he can drop with enough time to get some shit. And then we gotta go. How far do we gotta run? Shit. Here. There's a flat line and there's 40 bullets on the ground. Body shield down here. Oh, actually, yeah. There's that. Oh, and there's a bag next to that prowler if you need it. So there's a prowler and a select fire there if you need it. There's a 301 here. Oh yeah, I see them up top. They're up on top of the rocks there. Oh shit, the wall's coming. I'm setting a portal. I'm setting a portal. Portal set. Portal set. Grab the portal out of there. Shit. This is gonna kill me. Yep. This is gonna fuck. Yep. I'm not gonna make this. Oh, she's down too. I got sniped. Yeah, I was trying to get this out of there. But I don't know how close they were. I just set the portal and ran. Chilling like a villain. Right, Opie? He's all the dog egg. You want this treat, puppy? Yeah, he's a good looking dog. Done enough at the moment. He's not neutered yet, so yeah. Yeah, they Chibs basically has a free run of the house, and Opie stays in the game room, and then at least like every 2 hours, I take Opie out. So I lock Chibs up, take Opie out, and I let Opie run around for a little bit, and then I put him back in the game room, and then I make sure I let Chibs out. Actually, no, she's not. She's at work most of the time. But yeah, she's out there with him. Oh shit! I heard that they look like Mirages. I did hear a robot. Oh my god, I just missed an entire fucking clip. I broke his shield. Fuck, I'm down. I guess the bin that they looted had all the guns. One of the bins I looted had a... Ooh. And yeah, I'm like, yeah. It's to the east a little bit. It's Mozambique, maybe. Maybe it is a wingman. You drop the behind you, in the other corner, Grim. And there's a light gun over there. Turn to your left, and then turn right. There's something there. Scout. Ring's moving in 6 seconds. Sure. Yeah, and the building on top of that. Ooh, yeah.
Care package coming in.
Yeah, I got a Eva. I'm gonna check this building real quick, and then I'll be over to meet you guys. What happened? What the fuck is going on?
Found a select fire. Yes.
My controller just like disconnected real
Unless
quick.
you want to
I
hemlock.
don't know what the fuck that was. Okay. Yeah, my controller just disconnected like for a second and like made me spin in circles. It was super fucking weird. Alright. I do. I got an RE45. I would love to take it. Thank you. Oh yeah, I definitely could use those syringes. Havoc or Prowler? I could put it on my Havoc. Grim? Backpack? Backpack is... Okay, yeah, why is I don't have any sound? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm running. Oh, I see somebody ahead of me.
Target over there.
No, I'm running. And I just heard someone to my right, too. Yeah, okay.
They might have seen you. I think it may have been spotted.
There's one right. Making contact here.
They spotted it. I'm taking shots.
They're above us. Ah, fuck. Just one-shotted me when I got up there. Yeah, that's weird. My controller, like, cut out, and then, like, I lost sound twice, like, during that run. Stop pumping that. That's fucking ass. Beds for sleeping on, not for having sex with. Puppy. Lay on it. He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't lay on it either. He just fucking like uses it as a pillow. Yeah. Just lays down, puts his head on it, wakes up, and like has sex with it. Does it all over again. Right, puppy? Right, puppy? Right, puppy? Yeah, man. You're absolutely not gonna hump me. Absolutely not. Yeah, he was hooking my leg like he wanted to. Weren't you? Yeah, weren't you? You thought you were gonna hump me, but I don't think so. I'm the alpha. I do the humping. Yeah. Bad dog, bad dog, bad dog, bad dog. Who's your alpha? Who's your alpha? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? No, you can't lick my face. You can't lick my face either. Nope. You can't lick my face. I don't know where your mouth has been. Well, lick in the face. Yeah, right now I'm working on him jumping up. Not jumping up. Nope. And then, well, nah, yeah. Well, until he can differentiate. Oh, we got people. There's 2 people behind Zed. Fuck, I don't have anything. I'm going back to try to get a gun. Okay, got some heals, got an alternator, I'm coming. Yeah, there's 2 of them over there. I need to heal up. Somebody's coming on me. Yep, I'm dead. Ooga booga. Ready, Zeddy. He's gotta talk to his biddies and put them in line. What? Stop humping your bed. Get out of here. Go lay down somewhere else. Ooh, look at you getting Apex packs and shit. Yep, back hole, because the back hole's the fun hole. Somebody's up here? They're this way? 7 to 35. Oh shit, she's right here. I thought that was you. Fuck. God damn it. I'm dead. There's a caustic too. I don't know. I don't fudge and see it. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we were there earlier. Must be, I didn't throw anything. Oh yep, definitely throwing grenades and shit. to Gibraltar. That's my fire. Gibraltar's down. Lifeline's down. There's somebody up the steps. Yeah.
Setting up my decoy. Giving my shield to recharge. One sec.
They got them up. They're right up top. Oops, somebody just killed somebody right down. I guess I just got an elimination. Alright. The Wraith is down. Oh yeah, there's more than one extra squad. There's they're getting somebody up right here. Getting somebody up right here. I'm dead. There's 2 people up there. Yeah, there was way too many people there. Yeah. Yeah, that robot's the one that fucking got me from behind too. Fuck. I gotta get a finisher as lifeline. I gotta finish somebody's lifeline. I hardly ever do finishers.
Let's land here.
Delete your page. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Alright. On your 6-0. Here, I got it right there. There you go. You got a gun, Zed? Oh shit. Shit, back up the steps. I'll give you a gun. I don't have any grenades. I can't get down there because of the fires. It sounded like it. It should have told you you got a knockdown though. Yeah, he's down. Actually, I guess I can use that body. No, I can't. It's empty. Pick it up for later for my next gun. Alright, I'm going to this building over here. Shit, I should have executed that fucking caustic. See what I mean? I never think about it. I should have. I shot him. Yeah. Yeah, I just like never think about it. It's not my. It's. Yeah. Yeah. I just never fucking think about it. Never ever. Not never. I got a 2 to 4 for you. Yeah, I could use energy. Could also use a turbocharger if we see it. I don't know, I left. You using energy too, Zed? Oh. Alright, I'm coming to you and then I'll top us off because we both need a little bit of health. I hear gunshots though down the I need a fucking turbocharger. Alright, I'm on the roof. Oh yeah, yeah. Broke Wraith shield. now. Oh yes, thank you. Nice, good shit. Thank you for remembering, man. I fucking would have forgot all about that. Oh, we're being shot at. We're being shot at. I'm going to the safety. From across the river. We gotta get the safety though. What? You're... I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get back to you. Alright. Alright, I have my special. I'm gonna call it in because we don't have very good shields or anything. So they're still fighting in the storm. Purple vest that I'm grabbing. There's syringes there. Okay, you got a what's it called? A stabilizer. So okay. All right. We've already been through bunker, so let's go up and around. I hear somebody right here between us. He went this way? No, he's down to the river. He might be in the building. Yep. I'm throwing a grenade through the roof. Okay. Oh, there's a caustic outside now. Oh no! Fuck! I was trying to grab the heals out of your box. Fuck, that sucks. It took way too long. So now I need 3 more headshots as Wraith and 22 more damage with pistols, and I'm done my dailies. Alright, so I'm gonna leave this party and invite you to a new one since he's spectating some other group now. Yeah, take your time. Yeah, you're good. Mac, back of the Mac, pack of the Mac in the back of the act. Nothing. I'm just rapping for fun. No, it's all good. I'll just do the damage. 22 damage with pistols, and then I'll get Wraith next game.
Hey guys, it's the Little Baby Boy, and you can listen to my new album, Fire.
Introducing your champion.
Great, good, wonderful. Let's go. I don't think we've landed a repulsor yet.
Not today.
I do enjoy some repulsor. Okay.
Might be something good this way.
Right, understandable. And someone definitely landed here. I got the gun on the outside, they went inside. Oh shit, there's somebody else. No, no, don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me, don't shoot me. I'm being chased. I'm being chased, I'm bringing them to you guys. Should I need health and a better gun? You. There we go. We died shortly after that. Yeah. Alright, cool. Cool. Oh shit, straight gas pack is going straight ham pack. I need health. I need health. I'll take this helmet, but I need health. Where bees the health at? Alright, I'm going to help our teammate. He I guess he came to help me. I don't know. Maybe he just went there for the kills. Oh, I'm coming. I think he's in the trenches underneath. I could be wrong. I am wrong. He's in that building. Yeah. Who do you think you is, you bitch?
Less than 30 seconds. Ring standby.
Actually, here, our teammate needs this shit. Come on, teammate. Grab that, teammate. Come on, teammate. No more energy ammo anywhere? No, okay. No. I don't have a sight on either gun. Alright, so let's get safety. Oh, there's a box over here. Arc Star and heavy ammo. Yeah, if you're not using it, I'll take it. Fuck yes, thank you. That'll make my RE45 even more of a beast. Not that anybody needs that, but I just figured I would ping it. Oh, you have a sniper? Oh, you do? Okay. Thank you, teammate, for not stealing that shit. I think you got something, but I got a med kit and a purple helmet, so I'm not too upset about it. Oh, there's a flyer with a purple box. Oh, and this whole area is not looted either. Purple helmet, 2x sight, which I'll take, 40 heavy bullets, which I got a Havoc, so I need energy. Yeah? Okay. Chibs is what? In the crate? Okay. He's growling like a fucking shithead. You're gonna cut that shit the fuck out. Yeah, if he's in the crate, you can come on him. Oh, I thought you said he was in the crate. Okay. Alright, so just be mindful when I go out there. Okay. Fucking Opie. Because this shithead. Because Kim's at the door, so talking to me. And I guess he's confused. When he was growling earlier, she, like, shut the bathroom door. So it kind of slammed, like right outside. I mean, maybe, but it's not okay. He's gonna cut that shit the fuck out. Actually, here, if you can use this purple mag, there's a purple mag here. I don't want. I picked it up. I didn't want teammate to get it, but. Cut that shit out. Come here. Come here. You don't gotta growl or bark at anything. Alright? That's not your job. Especially not yet. You can work up to that job later. But as of right now, it's not your job to fucking bark at anything or growl at anything. Alright? I tell you what to worry about. Alright, buddy? Yeah. Oh, here's some energy finally. Alright, so there's only 5 squads left. Hey, don't fucking test that door. Get away from that shit. Your world is this room, okay? So I just found out earlier this door doesn't actually latch properly. So like, yeah, like if I pull on it, that's how I tested it. I was pulling to make sure that it was actually like shut. And it just like opened for me pulling on it. So I shut it and tried again, and it opened. And I shut it, like twisted the knob, and then pulled and it opened. So I guess it's not lined up. It'll stay shut, but if I pull on it, I can get it to pop open. So if he pushes on it, he might be able to get it to pop open also. Yeah, I mean, so far, our process, our procedure won't allow for anything to happen. But, like, when, like, No, there's barking. There's barking from Chibs if he sees them and they're separated for too long. So like, it doesn't seem, it doesn't seem like malicious or bad. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like that. It seems like it's. Ooh, I don't know. I think I do have a. Somebody's throwing grenades at us. I think they're up there somewhere. Alright, I'm trying to pull a Grim and go for a flank. Yeah. Where are you pinging, buddy? I don't see anybody. Oh, they're over there? Okay. Yeah, the ring's coming in, so we gotta move back towards our teammate in a couple seconds. There's a Wraith portal over here. Yeah. Oh, teammate went for it. I'm going. Nobody's here. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, lead us to the promised land there, teammate.
Heads up. Package coming in.
Alright, yeah, I don't want the teammate to get too far ahead of us. Oh, I just did a bunch of damage, but I didn't kill him. Where'd he go? There's a fucking fast guy somewhere. Oh, that backfired. Pushed me off of the fucking thing I want to do. Fuck my. Yeah, there's only 3 squads. Oh, they're on me. Broke somebody's shield, but I'm fucked up. Oh, I just saw the fast guy. Oh, I gotta go fucking hide and heal. Nice. I'm gonna heal up. Oh, they see me. Fuck. Right here. Hide next to that wall. Oh, they just came out of that portal too. What? So are we. Fudge sandwiches. 3rd. So now I need 3 headshots with Wraith, and I'm done with my what's it called? Dailies. Alright, I'll invite it through the party. Okay, I'm accepting that. Did you get an invite from Grim? It's in the land of lost invites. There we go. Here we go. Ready to steal the show. Ready to eat the shoe. Who? Blood? Yeah, he's. Yeah, I mean, I just scan when I get like when we get to a building we're about to go in, about to go through a door or around a corner or something. I'll scan. Yeah, everything goes black and white, except the enemies are red. You go from like a 70-degree field of view to a 100-degree field of view, and you move like 25% or something. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think they should get rid of the seeing it and just keep the audio audio queue. So this way, if you're listening, you're paying attention. Okay, we just got pulse, but I don't know from where. Because then he loses the advantage. Waka 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 waka.
I say we land here. Prepare for battle.
Okay. Yes. And that's
Yep.
feels good when the plan actually works. Nice job.
Shit, alright. I'm gonna change course and try to land over there with you. I was aiming for the other side, which is no. Oh, I just drop kicked her from the second floor. There we go. She's down. Shit, I don't have a gun. Alright, I have a Prowler with 20 bullets. Yeah, I'm coming.
That's the last of that squad.
I hear somebody running around.
And I'm back.
No, I'm dropping a Prowler now, though. I hear somebody running around. I think they're up top. No, they're right here. Fuck. Oh shit. I didn't realize that it was empty when I put it in there. Yeah, there was a longbow in there, so I figured you didn't want the longbow. So I put the Prowler in there. Sí, señor. Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
There's a win out there waiting for us.
Oh, he's got half of his body in the bed. He's learning. He's learning. But at this point, it's like cum filled. It just happened, but I mean, I don't know how much fucking cum is on that bed. Like, I stop him when I see it, but if I don't see him, I mean, I have no idea. Yeah. He's definitely helping something, though.
We should land there. Looks like
So my Bucks County online consignment shop, I don't think I invited anybody to it, to like it, cause I don't have anything up yet. So like I'm gonna put like the stuff that I have accumulated and some stuff that I'm trying to sell, and the shutters that me and Grim built. I'm gonna post all that stuff on there like I'm just selling it for somebody else. So I didn't invite anybody because none of that, I don't have pictures of that stuff up yet. But it still reached somebody, which I don't fully understand. shit. Oh, I just dropped the Havoc. Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna give up. Does everybody have a gun? Everybody's good on guns? Because I have a longbow I'm thinking about dropping. Now, you know, I'm gonna keep the longbow. I'm gonna drop the... if anybody wants it. Yeah, I could use that shit. Oh, fuck yeah. So now just a turbocharger and my shit will be... no, I'm picking up this blue one. I don't have one to drop. Oh, there's another blue one here.
Backpack here. Level 2.
How's that for...
Backpack here. Level 1.
Okay, well, I dibs that for you as well. Oh, racist motherfucking shit. Anybody need light ammo? Okay. Oh yeah. So we just need better vests for the two of us, and we're basically set like the Mets. Yeah, dude, I loved them when he first came out. I was all about it. Like, even games I didn't do well, like, just running around was fun. Yeah. Yeah.
Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice. I can use one standard stock if you can carry it. If not, I can come. I can use one standard stock if you can carry it. If not, I can. You're already here. I'll go get it. Alright.
Light ammo here.
More energy ammo. Disruptor rounds over here.
Got a hop up here.
Yes. Yeah, that's where I picked up the, where you dropped the Havoc. Is where I... So there's disruptor rounds down here. I'm good. Oh, a blue heavy clip, I'll take that. So I can use a stabilizer for my Devotion if we see an extra one. And I guess a sight for my Devotion. I've been getting used to the Devotion's iron sights, but I still would prefer some sight. Oh, yeah.
I need it. Helmet here. Level 2. Standard stock here. Level 1.
11 squads left. Yeah, man. I love the loot simulator.
Good. We're in south. Heavy ammo here.
Alright, 2x sight, I'll take it. There we go.
Let's explore this way.
We still need a good vest for Zeddy. Oh, what the fuck? He just melted me. Yeah, they're on the roof. I'm trying to crawl. I couldn't get off. They melted me instantly. They fucking one-clipped me. It's Mad Maple Syrup is the guy who killed me. Get me up, 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 get me up. Who am I? Get me up, 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 get me up. Yeah. Yeah, they got rid of that. It's only sometimes it says it. To keep people. So if people are cheating, they can nah, it's just random. Yeah, I am, and Zed is about to be. Be careful where you go off here. They are fucking hunting the shit out of you. And a grenade for good measure. Look at none of us even did any damage. That's crazy. Yeah. Sounds like fun. I don't know where Reva is, so. Why don't you tell them to hire somebody else now that you have a real job and you're making good money? Collecting all the money like a fucking enforcer for the mafia. Collecting the money like, yeah, like an enforcer. I said collecting all the money like an enforcer for the mafia. Yeah.
There's a
So I've been working on my elevator pitch. I told you that I was talking to Kim's aunt about well, she started asking about how like my sciatica was, and then I told her like, oh, it's better, like I don't need a cane anymore, and then she asked like, oh, like so you're working like part-time? Yeah, basically. So I kind of stumbled over that when I was telling her, so I've been working on my elevator pitch. So I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have it down pat yet, but I'm working on it. You are okay. You're in the other building. I'm coming. Oh shit, Zed's taking fire too. Fuck. I'm going for Zed. Fuck, I'm coming for you. Fucking energy gun. Holy shit. They're so good when I have them. I mean, but I hate them when I'm facing them. They're not even so good. They're just like kind of good when I have them. Like I like when I have a devotion, I can just hold the trigger down and miss a bunch of shots, but land enough shots to knock one guy down, and then just continue to hold the trigger down and move like slightly to the right and get enough shots on to knock the second guy down. It makes me happy. Because yeah, like I realized when I was talking to her aunt, I was like, it's explaining like what we've done forever, like selling stuff on Craigslist like for money. Like we've done it long enough that it shouldn't have been as difficult for me to explain that as it was. You know what I mean? So like it just sounds like I'm making shit. Like when I was saying it, it felt like a made up thing. Like it's not something. Yeah, like it's not something that like I've done. Like it just. I don't know, because I was like stumbling over it and like. Because like in the middle of it, I'm thinking like, wait, does she know what Craigslist is? Like I don't know. So like. I mean like. So like to try to explain like, yeah, Craigslist, and like they have a free section so you can get stuff for free, and then like I then try to sell on Facebook and stuff. Yep. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. There's an Eva. Okay, you got the Eva. Yeah. Who's heavy? Oh, I didn't mean to shoot. I meant to ping that heavy. Okay. This middle section gets missed a lot. Medkit, blue light clip prowler.
Prowler SMG here.
Another med kit.
I'll take that.
Standard stock here. Level 1.
Eva shotgun shell.
Eva 8. Shotgun ammo here.
Yeah, there's a here. Gets missed a lot. It'd be my secret sauce. Oh shit, I'm carrying a bunch of heavy ammo that I don't need.
Champion made a poor choice.
Alright. Oh, there's more heavy ammo here.
Heavy ammo. Let's go this way.
So there's, I'm dropping a bunch. I'm dropping 100 rounds plus there was 40 rounds here. So I need energy and a turbocharger. And this gold bag.
Let's go this way. Got an extended energy mag here. Level 2.
Yeah, I picked that up.
Got
Or
an
I picked a
extended energy
purple
mag
up.
here. Level 3.
Oh, I did just see a wingman, but I gave up on my heavy, so. Whatevs. Nah, that's cool. I got 50 rounds for my Havoc.
Energy ammo here.
Yeah, I don't have any old dips.
Got a hop up here. It is the collect fire.
I need it.
Sniper stock here.
Could use a turbocharger and a barrel stabilizer
Ammo here.
and disruptor rounds and
Energy ammo here.
yeah.
Already in the next ring. I smell victory. Heavy ammo here.
Dibs.
Oh, that one went away before I could do it. I'll find it though. Ooh, I'll put that slick fire on my Havoc and be a crazy fucking sniper man. And I'll put like a 3x or something on my Havoc.
Light ammo here.
Yeah, man. We are really fucking all these teammates. Not teammates, enemies.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
R99 here.
Heavy ammo here. Heavy ammo here.
Heavy ammo here. Light ammo here.
Alright.
Backpack here. Level 1.
Okie dokie. Let me grab probably don't need that much light ammo.
Optics here.
Oh yeah, I can put that on my my shit. You know the shit with the thing.
G7 tail here.
Yeah. Put that on my Havoc. Yeah, because I have a slug fire so I can snipe with this bitch. Oh, here's a circle sight. Not that anybody really cares for those, but
Close range.
yeah, that's all the way building all the way down on the
Stock here.
right side as a circle sight. Actually, I'm gonna be dropping a circle sight right here.
Optics here. Close range.
Right there. Sure, I'm down for gunshot chasing motherfucking shit. Fucking God, fucking damn it. Fucking. Yeah, I'm fucking boom fucking Howard. Boom Howard. Fucking. A little bit. Was never really my thing. My kind of fella. Oh, you see him? Oh, okay, I see the Gibraltar man. Yep, they're right there. Right there. There's two purple boxes, and I'll grenade the shit out of them. Oh, and there's people to the north, coming from the mountains. Nice. Nice, gotta get in behind you. Nice, good shit, good shit. That was perfect. I saw you standing behind them, so I'm like, let's do this. Yeah.
Recharging shield.
I'm being shot from... No, fucking... Fuck. They're inside and outside. Oh, they're two different squads. They're fighting now. Oh my god, and there's somebody else here. Oh, and they're different squads too. I might die from a stray bullet. All this fighting around me. Yeah, grim them. Oh, they just broke on my body. Ah, man. You traded with them, though. Yeah. That was intense. Yeah. GG. Alright, adios, Grimbo. Yep, thanks for the games, man. Alright, so that's the end of the stream. We can switch to a different game if you want. We can keep playing this. Yeah, it looks like Kingdom Come is downloaded. I think I'm gonna switch to that and try that. It's no good. But you want to do Remnant? Yeah, let's switch to. You had a bad experience. Oh, for Kingdom Come? Alright. I really want to try. You're selling me on it. I'm gonna try I want to try Kingdom Come. They're making it sound like I don't know. I know you keep saying it's hard, but it's like I don't know. Like you're having trouble like lock picking and like it just seems like, and like the guy on the covers like got his head against the sword like crying. He's probably having the same struggle as you are.
Charles IV, King of Bohemia, Holy Roman Empire. A long and successful reign. The empire he ruled from Cardiff, Spain, and his subjects lived in peace and prosperity.
Really?
When he died, the Roman Empire more than 7,000 people the heir to the throne of the flourishing empire was Charles III, Wenceslas IV, whose father had prepared him for this moment all his life. His father, and he does it as a staid fellow, frivolous pursuits. He even failed to turn up for his own coronation as emperor, which did little to endear him to the court. Greatest loss that he did not impress the
Oh man. And so you couldn't afford to buy more lockpicks?
turn for help to his half-brother, King Sigismund II. Sigismund decided on a ridiculous solution. He kidnapped the king to force him to abdicate, and then took advantage of the ensuing disorder to gain great power for himself. He invaded Bohemia with a massive army,
Okay.
pillaging the territories of the king's allies. It is here that my story begins.
Okay. That's crazy. A lockpick is just like a piece of metal. It shouldn't cost that much money. Jesus.
Fine state you're in this morning. What on earth did you get up to last night?
I was sweating in the forge all day yesterday, and then I was helping Fritz and Matthew with some errands. So I'd say I have a right to be a bit tired.
Well, I've got a feeling there's something you're not telling me. And it's connected with that scratch.
All right, let's see what happens.
Sword who turned up in town recently.
I was with Bianca. Do you want a blow-by-blow account of everything we did? What's this an interrogation?
All right, all right.
Right.
Sorry. It's just that I worry about you.
Thanks, Ma, but I'm not 4 years old.
I know, Hal. You've grown up in...
Did Matthew and Fritz come looking for me?
No, I haven't seen them this morning. They shouldn't be hard to find. Why do you have to keep wasting your time with those two layabouts?
Why do you keep wasting your time with those layabouts?
Is everything all right, sir?
Right. That's so ridiculous. No, I don't got time to help out some fucking weirdo with broken legs. I'm like stealing all this stuff off my mom's table right now. All the apples and bread rolls, lentil soup. No, why are you sitting down again? No, you fuck. Get up. Now's for Teresa, bandage. What happens if I just take it all? Sorry, Mom, I stole all the stuff. Stealth, if you want to sneak somewhere, make sure no one sees you or hears you, whether you're seen or not, depends on the light. On the light in your clothing, whether you hear something, I don't know. Whatever, I'll figure it out. You can be sneaky. Okay. Oh, now I'm eating the soup outside. How do I like run fast? Is there a sprint button? That's weird. Since when does it ever hold B down? Hey, Father.
At least you're up. That's a start. Anyway, a lot of work to do. I'm finishing the sword for Sir Radza. I need your help. What? I'm running out of charcoal. Run to the market and buy a bag from the charcoal burner. I need some money. Yeah, that's the other thing. Kunesh still owes me, and that's the hammer and the nails I sold him a month ago. Not to mention his debt for free. Go and tell him to pay up, at least for the axe and hammer, and use the money.
So I need to go find some dude.
Kunesh, not drunkard.
I need to go be my dad's muscle.
Well, you're a
Get
big
him to
lad,
pay up.
I'm sure you can manage. If not, tell him that next time I'll come myself and personally use that hammer to bang those nails into his arse.
And do I gotta like punch him in his face? Because that's what I'm gonna do.
You want me to go and pick it up?
And
Alright. Can I take one of these swords with me? No. Got all these weapons and shit here, and I can't take one of these with me to like fuck this dude up. No. No, he said get the... I just gotta... yeah, he needs charcoal, so I have to go pick up the money for the axe and the hammer, and then buy the charcoal and pick up the money for the nails later, I guess. Something like that. Something, I don't fucking know. Alright.
welcome, Henry. How are you?
Okay, so yeah, I need your charcoal. How much is the charcoal? Alright, so I guess is he B? Villager, Combat Master, Vinnick?
No.
But yeah. Oh, well, I didn't know I had to do that. That's my quest B.
Have you recovered from yesterday's great bruise?
That was nothing. Except Mother noticed and had a word or two to say about it.
No mother's happy when her son starts to take an interest in swords. Where there's
Okay.
weapons, there's death. The question is, what do you want?
I don't want to rot in this hole forever.
Spoken like a man. And as it happens, today's your last chance. I have to leave. So, are you ready to get
Alright,
started?
so let's get this sword fight. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Alright, I wait on the ground by the sheep.
So don't punch me in the face, it's gonna break my legs.
Carrots and apples, picked today to put a smile on your face. Good.
Torches for the night. I have it all.
Are you? No, you're a traitor. Where the fuck is Kanesh? Kanesh, what fucking quest are you? Quest lock, okay. Alright. So go to sword fighting lessons, buy a bag of charcoal, collect, so C, collect the debt from Kanesh.
They'll stay firm all winter.
So should I learn the sword fight
someone
first so I can fuck him up? Villager. It looked like he was in here. He's not in here. No, it's this way. And I got a whole B to. Oh, is the guy here like fucking the logs? Is this Kanesh? This is Kanesh. Come on, Kanesh.
I'll be with you.
Gotta be with you, Kanesh. Yeah, if I figured I'd meet him in like a tavern, but he's like out like fucking the logs.
My father sent me to get the cornmeal rolling for the axe out of the legs.
I've nothing to fear of.
Pay for the tools at least.
I know you will find what we're interested in something. If you went to the bailiff and got me in deep water, please pay for the tools if you can't pay for everything.
Yeah.
I told you I have no coin, you bastard. Get the hell out of here, or I'll use the axe on you.
Okay, so persuasion. Sometimes you need powers of persuasion to achieve your goals. When talking to people, you can often choose what kind of impression you want to make on them. You can simply use speech, which, however, is influenced by the reputation you have at that moment with that person you're talking to. In the Middle Ages, social status was paramount, so the quality of your attire and how well groomed you are, together with your reputation, can make a big difference to how people respond to you. If you look dangerous, people will be afraid to cross you, and you'll be more willing to assign risky tasks to you. That's influenced mainly by your strength and the deterrent effects of your weapons and equipment, but other things are also taken into account, such as blood stains on your clothes. Just walk around with a whole bunch of blood on me and people will be like, I don't want to fuck with that dude. You can sometimes rely on money to do the talking for you. You just have to agree to a persuasive sum. Bribing people works in the same way as shopping. See table and haggling, trade and haggling. In special cases, you can try any other skill, e.g. horsemanship. What? It's not only the matter of the persuasion that's important, but also the specific offer, because sometimes it's not enough to just choose according to highest characteristics. You have to really read what you're gonna say. Oh, there's another page. What the fuck? But different approaches work on different people. You won't intimidate a tough brawler easily, and no matter how well you dress, you won't impress nobility easily. That's because Henry's abilities aren't simply assigned a universal value, but compared with the abilities of his counterpart. You can see the values of the various abilities in the game under the corresponding icons. You can always see your own abilities. Your counterpart's abilities are visible to you if it's someone you know well, or if you're skilled at reading people. Learn the perk of empathetic. It's not just about stats, though. The outcome is influenced by other factors. Reputation, whether they're dirty or bleeding, etc. If you can't outdo the nimble tongue of merchants, for example, you may want to poison him a little first, and then he will be easier to persuade. Or if you lead a guard away from his friends, he'll be easier to scare. So, hey, I want to go get the charcoal for cheap. I'm gonna go poison the fucking trader first. That's crazy. So, pay you, drunkard. So, do I use speech or strength? I feel like neither is gonna work, so.
I know things. Wife on off. Booze is dear these days. You're as much use as a square wheel. It's no wonder you're short of career. The debt's a debt. I can't leave here without something.
How dare you speak to me like that? Didn't your thieving father teach you any manners? No? Well, I'll teach you then.
That's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. That's so good. That's so good. I'm sold. Like I really want to see how this game works, because like let's poison a trader and sleep with this dude's wife, and I'll be able to get things easier. Like, all right, man. No, yeah, it's almost 4 o'clock. Yeah, I gotta go to bed too. But, all right, I appreciate the games, Zeddy. Adios. I will talk to you tomorrow. I'd say that.
Had enough of it. Porra, hierro. Way off.
What happened? I just wanted to know black screen. Huh, I won.
Take what you want. Not much, but it's all I have. Go! All right, enough. I give up. You hear?
Just knocks all their fucking feathers off. It's so ridiculous. Oh man, that makes me laugh. So where's the F that keeps popping up?
Garlic, carrots, beetroot, onions, all that grows in the ground.
I've got everything you need. Stay all night, at home or at work.
Okay, so what about that? Okay, check basket. So it's gonna cost me half a gold. Let's try to haggle. Try to haggle, see what happens. I'm covered in fucking blood.
Naturally.
Right, 150. Original purchase price is 20. Trader's last offer is 10. Current offer is 2. 5. Your last offer not accepted by the trader. Haggling works both ways. Whether you want to buy cheap or sell dear. You select the amount you want. You select the amount you want to pay or get with up, A down, and confirm with A. The trader will then respond to your offer. If the answer is a refusal, he or she will make a counteroffer and wait for your response. If the slider can't be moved in one direction or the other, it means either you or the trader does not have enough money. Dragging out the haggling with one offer after another will gradually try the trader's patience, and eventually they'll drop the haggling completely. You can see how close you're getting to that point from the trader icon below. The bar, the more gold there is in the background, the closer traders are dropping the haggling. Every unsuccessful bout of haggling lowers your reputation with the trader. Okay. So I don't have enough money? What? Why can't I fucking move it up? Did I already buy some shit? Set bandages, okay, so. Add to basket. So buy a bag of charcoal at the market. 0 of 10. So I need to buy 10 bags, I guess. Let's try haggling up one bag.
Let's talk about the price. Naturally.
What do you mean I don't have enough money? What happened to all my money? How don't I have any money? Was I supposed to take money out of this dude's house? I thought he just gave me money.
Blacksmith boy, you got the better of me. Take what you want, but you haven't heard the last of this.
So he still wants me to take what I want, so didn't actually get the what the fuck? Like live in squalor, dude? What the fuck? This is your house, bro? So you sleep, your little fucking pig pen? You have one room that's like kind of livable. Yeah, I want the money you owe, not the... Oh, here we go. What? Why can't I take this? Where is the money you owe me, bro? I'm losing my freaking patience. Oh, I thought it was even money. So if you don't have the money, you just...
All right, blacksmith boy, you got the better of me. Take what you want, but you haven't heard the last. What the hell?
Lucky.
Right, try.
Lucky I can't do nothing to you. So now I guess I go and I sell this to this dude. Okay, so let's... So it's half, so I need to sell the nails, I guess. Try haggling and try to get more than this.
Let's talk about the price.
There's no like...
I'm finished.
What?
This is going nowhere.
Come on.
Let's have a word about the price. Naturally. Satisfied? Less.
And that's what he was gonna give me.
Well, that's a decent price.
It's not though. I'm gonna punch this dude in the face too.
I'd like to discuss the price. Naturally.
I'm gonna punch him in the face so bad.
Right, thanks, boss.
Come on, bro.
I knew we'd come to an arrangement.
I need to buy 10 of them? Is that what that's telling me I need to do? So B, let's go get a sword fighting lesson. That should be fun. There we go. Come on, Combat Master.
So, can we get started?
We can.
Good. And since today's the last time we'll be seeing each other, you can show me everything I've taught you so far. Very well. Let's start with the basics. Keep moving. Your life depends on it.
In combat, locking your that you can unlock your pineapple.
Alright. Now try to hit me. You have to put your weight into your attack. If you just fiddle around, you'll get nowhere. Try slashing from different sides. Unpredictability is the key. Never repeat yourself. Nice. Very good. Good. Not bad. Again. The point of the blade is for stabbing. Try it a few times. Very good. Now you're getting it. Not bad. Again. Good. Let's try something else. One strike, I can fend off without a sweat. But if you chain your strikes, I'll have a much harder time. As soon as you land one blow, follow it with another. Fine. Nice. Alright, that's enough. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of... Go.
Alright, I guess I can't kill the sheep like that, like I felt, like I wanted. Alright, so I guess what, I don't know what E is. E is is buy out the tavern. D is pick up the postcard at the castle. I'm gonna buy more bags of charcoal. I don't got the money for that. How am I gonna buy all these bags of charcoal?
He had to abandon the king. He had to lure his cousin Pope and imprison him. He had to invade with his army of Tartars and besiege Kuka.
Why not? What is this Wenceslas going to do? The empire is falling asunder in his hands. The German counts elected Ruprecht of the Palatines because your Wenceslas would not go to their deeds even.
German counts, traitor.
Now, the Pope.
You must be. What's going on here?
Deutsches Schild.
What?
Just listen and you'll hear for yourself.
Someone has to bring order and reunite the empire.
What do I care about the Austrians? And nowadays, not even the devil himself is the right one. Which is the right one?
Do not blaspheme.
It's true though. Wenceslas is the king of Bohemia. Bohemia knows his son. To hell with Rosenberg and his father. Sir Ransom is Wenceslas' revenge. He stayed royal king, and if he heard you talking like this, he would have you whipped like a dog.
Your deal will soon have nothing left to rule. Jobs had to sell Luxembourg to help your king. Salzburg is with Sigismund and...
Don't forget about Putin. The Germans like to kiss Sigismund's feet to keep their head. Yes, but Goodman Deutsch, this is pointless. Let us talk about present work.
Deutsch has gone too far. Wenceslas is our rightful king. Deutsch is an idiot. But what can you do?
I might have an idea. Deutsch deserves to be taught a lesson. Doesn't he, Fritz?
Tu vois, Mathieu. Should give him a proper hiding.
Are you mad? Do you want to end up in the pillory?
Don't listen to Fritz. I've got a better idea. Deutsch was talking such shit, it made me think of that huge Parlement. You know, the one right next to his freshly whitewashed house.
You think we should redecorate for him? Count me in.
Well, I'd rather torch it, to be honest. But those exerts will do.
What do you say, Henry?
But I was going to get ale for father and a few other things. We're finishing Sir Radzig's sword.
Come on. Doing a few handfuls of manure is not going to take all day.
And it's our duty to defend the honor of our king.
So, are you with us?
Sure.
Oh well. Father can wait a while.
My words exactly.
I knew you wouldn't miss out on all the fun. Let's go.
God be with you, Henry.
So where do we gotta go, fellas?
Huh? What's the matter, laddie?
So what's the plan, fellas?
So are we doing this or not?
Wait. We have to check that the coast is clear.
Why? Deutsch is in the tavern.
But maybe you noticed after all these years that he has a wife and a son.
And that's a problem?
Aye, it is. Henry, you go mirror her away sometime.
Why me? Because you're the clever one.
Yeah.
These guys are idiots.
What do you want, lad?
I just went by the tavern and your husband was in there talking nonsense. I thought someone should take him home before he gets himself in trouble.
What sort of nonsense?
Well, he kept saying that Sigismund was right and King Wenceslas is a drunkard, that sort of thing. Some people took exception, so I thought...
God almighty, the fool. Next thing he'll start on about the popes.
He might have mentioned the Pope too.
Thank you for thinking. I just hope I can catch him before he gets into another fight.
What about her son? Do I gotta go give him free candy, or like, what's the deal? Deutsches Son. Deutscht. Oh, with the bare hands, bro. Oh.
What are you waiting for, soldier? Fire the trebuchet! For king and country!
King and country, my ass. This is all good, clean, fun.
Nearly as good as having that traitor in the village. Nearly. Now that would be sweet.
That's for Sigismund.
Woohoo!
Oh, that's so fucking gross.
What the fuck do you think you're doing?
Hey, Hans, can't you see? We're decorating your house for you.
It's like your old man was saying in the tavern about that traitor Sigismund. We're just doing what we have to do.
More sons! I'll make those smiles off your faces!
Oh, I'd like to see you try. What are you doing here?
Zizek.
Hanging out with this boxy Deutscher? Maybe you'd like to try out the latest German fashion.
Oh.
Fucker! I'll make you pay for that.
Uh-oh. Cause I just learned how to fight. I don't know how they do that.
What about me?
Come on.
For God's sake! Stop right now! Paul is on his way!
Down! Let's go! Run, you cowards!
Punched him in his fucking face. Fuck you, bro.
Now you've got me fucking mad. Have you lost your mind? Oh. What the fuck are you doing?
Christ almighty!
Come again.
For heaven's sake, God! They're fighting! Stop them!
Huh. Now I gotta watch out for the guards and shit. Can't afford to pay a fine. Okay.
Dark at home? A torch will help. Your feels like colour? Here's a home. What's going on there?
Talk to me, Bianca.
Well saved, my lovely. You're looking well today.
You too, handsome. What brings you here?
Beauty of what?
Oh, noble sir, and as honored as any single maid can be. And a heart for my beauty? What else might your worship desire?
The Deutsch is mouthing off again.
Don't talk to me about him. He's a good customer. But when it comes to politics, he's unbearable. The number of times I had to throw him and the others out so they wouldn't start brawling.
Well, I'd say he's in exceptional form today. I need ale from father.
A pitcher as usual?
Aye. Bring me a cool one for myself.
But of course.
Alright, then this is it.
Here you are.
If it saves, I'm done.
It's on me today. You can pay me back this evening.
Don't worry, dearest. This evening I'll see you right.
Oh, Hal. I do hope so.
Thanks. You'll have something to look forward to this evening.
You guys are so freaking obvious and...
Oh, by the way, that shifty-looking fellow was asking after you.
Mannion?
I suppose. He's a man who makes his coin robbing honest wayfarers. I'm sure of it. I'll be happy when he's gone for good. But what in heaven's name are you up to with him?
He promised to teach me how to use a sword.
What use would that be to you?
Enough. You sound just like father. I'll be going now. See you this evening.
Hal, I've got something special for you.
Is that so? Now what would that be?
Your favorite, Savior Schnapps.
Really? You're an angel.
I hope you thank me properly later.
Like, come on, like, you're gonna get your brain's fucked out, okay? Don't you look at me. Don't you look at me.
Look at
If it's charcoal you want, talk to my hired out.
Open up. Close that door, nobody knows I was here. Was I just busted stealing?
You've been making trouble and beating people up. We don't put up with that around here. This definitely won't come cheap. You'll learn crime doesn't pay.
I won't put up with any more of this. Keep it up, and you'll rue the day you cross me.
Aye, right. I've gone all weak at the knees.
I can't pay that.
Well, it's a jail cell for you then.
How the
You call that combat?
How the fuck did they?
I'm going to...
Damn.
Yeah.
Ow.
This is...
Ow.
Jesus Christ. to cry now?
Alright, you... I'll slaughter you.
You've been making trouble and beating people up. We don't put up with that around here. Well, you won't forget this in a hurry, because it'll take a nice pile of coin to fix it.
Oh, come on, my friend. You know I'm in the service of Sir Radzig Kobyla, don't you?
Sure. And you think that makes you above the law? Think again.
That's too much. I don't have that much coin.
Well, it's a jail cell for you then.
Put me in jail then.
You'll love it there. It's all set up specially just for the likes of you.
Maybe next time you'll think twice about breaking the law.
Alright, it's way too late. I fucked up. Really fucked up. Alright. So, thank you to everybody that came out. Yeah, thank you to everybody that came out. Thanks to Grim for the games, Zeddy for the games, Zero for the games. Thank you all for coming out. To those